The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., October 2nd, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Bost to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with the time equally allotted between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip will be limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall the debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Monday morning and the federal government is open for business. We came just hours away from a shutdown this weekend with 209 House Democrats and 125 House Republicans voting to put people over politics. A government shutdown would have been a disaster for the American people. And I'm glad Democrats and reasonable Republicans were able to come together to get a short-term funding package through the House, through the Senate, and onto the President's desk with just hours to spare. This short-term funding package includes an extension of the FAA authorization, funding for flood insurance programs, $16 billion for disaster relief, and most importantly, it'll keep the lights on for the over 6,500 federal employees in North Carolina's 13th district. Looking ahead, this short-term funding package gives us more time to come together, find common ground, and pass bipartisan spending bills for the full year. For Democrats, that means funding for Ukraine. Our support for Ukraine cannot waver. I wish we didn't have to spend any money in Ukraine, but if Vladimir Putin wins, we'll have to spend 1,000 times more trying to contain an aggressive and emboldened Russia around the globe. If we abandon Ukraine, Russia will win. Putin will win. Support for Ukraine is in our national interest, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, for Republicans, that means securing the border and taking up immigration reform. As a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus and a member of the New Democrat Coalition's Immigration and Border Security Task Force, I remain focused and committed to working across the aisle to secure our border and advance comprehensive immigration reform. I believe that the best path forward is through the bipartisan Keep America Open Act that I've co-sponsored and is being led by the Problem Solvers Caucus. This legislation upholds the top-line numbers agreed to in the bipartisan budget agreement. It includes funding for Ukraine, which is desperately needed. It includes Title 42 reform legislation that I helped introduce with a bipartisan group of members earlier this year that will help secure the southern border while giving us more time to enact meaningful, long-term reforms to our overburdened immigration system. And it includes bipartisan reforms to increase transparency and address long-term spending, an area where I agree with my Republican colleagues. The path to 218 votes on the budget won't come from the far left or the far right. It comes from the center with proposals just like this one. The reality is that we've only got 44 days to get this done, and we're right back where we started over the weekend. We never should have been in this situation in the first place. A short-term CR is a Band-Aid on a long-term problem. That's why I've introduced the bipartisan No Budget, No Pay Act. My bill would withhold members' pay if both houses don't agree to a concurrent budget resolution by April 15th for the fiscal year starting October 1st, or if both houses haven't passed all the regular appropriations bills by September 30th for the fiscal year starting October 1st. Folks, we could have been in a situation right this morning where our entire federal government workforce was getting no pay, but members of Congress still would have been getting their paycheck, and that's wrong. This bill will incentivize Congress to get it done and prevent future government shutdowns. This brinksmanship is no good for our economy. Listen, folks, I came to Congress to get things done, and I'll continue to set aside the noise, find common ground wherever it exists, and deliver for the people of North Carolina's 13th District. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last month, more than 400,000 illegal immigrants crossed the Darien Gap into Central America on their way to our southern border, nearly double the number that had arrived in all of 2022. Let's put that number in perspective. 400,000 is more than double the populations of Altoona, Johnstown, Chambersburg, Lewistown, Breezewood, Gettysburg, Waynesboro, Mifflintown, Newport, McConnellsburg, Greencastle, Huntington, Shippensburg, and Bedford, all of those combined. It is clear that President Biden's border policies, which welcome illegal immigration, have created a national security crisis, a public health crisis, a humanitarian crisis, all due to the porous southern border. Since Joe Biden took office, there have been a total of 7.6 million encounters at our southern border. And for the third year in a row, Americans now are on track to see the worst border crisis in our nation's history. This year, we've seen public schools used as holding facilities for illegal immigrants, instead of being used for American students who are already suffering from historic learning losses following Biden's prolonged school shutdowns. While an influx of illegal immigrants has strained the food banks, the shelters, and the hospitals along our southern border, this administration continues to turn a blind eye and refuses to assist the communities that are threatened and the communities that are in need. It is time for the Senate to pass the Secure the Border Act, which would, first, force the Biden administration to restart construction of the border wall, second, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, third, end catch and release, and finally, deploy the new technologies that our Border Patrol agents have requested in order to help secure our southern border. President Biden's failure to address this crisis is simply unacceptable. And report after report from Eagle Pass, San Diego, and McAllen show that this crisis will only continue to worsen each and every day. We can't afford business as usual from Washington, and we cannot abandon our Border Patrol agents who deal with this problem. It is time for Democrats in Congress to join us and deliver real solutions and not more empty promises to the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're going to pick up where we left off over the weekend, sort of the high school drama about governing the House of Representatives. We have some people who are playing with fire. We've watched them work to the brink. It happened earlier in the spring when we're dealing with the debt ceiling, and we're back at it now dealing with what we're going to do in terms of funding the government going forward. We know where this ends. There will be an agreement in November or December or January that largely follows the outline of what we all agreed to do in the spring. Democrats and Republicans, President Biden, had an agreement that set the top line numbers to be able to move forward with the budget. Ultimately, I think the governing wing of the Republican Party will come around and work with a unified Democratic caucus to be able to fulfill the commitment that we made in the spring. Whether or not Kevin McCarthy is Speaker or not is largely irrelevant in terms of this larger issue. The governing wing of both parties will come together, and I think will do what is right for the American people, based on what we agreed to do months ago. In the meantime, we actually have work to do. There are issues that need our attention. In the New York Times 2 days ago, it's only a matter of time before more dams fail. We watched 2 dams in Libya collapse, killing more than 11,000 people. This should be a wake-up call for those of us in the United States. There are more than 91,000 dams in the United States. The average age is 61 years. About a third of those, the failure would result in loss of life and significant economic and environmental damage. The Infrastructure and Jobs Act included hundreds of millions of dollars for dam safety. Welcome, but a minuscule amount of what we need to do when there are about $76 billion of immediate need dealing with dam safety. There are some very cost-effective solutions. One of them we've pioneered in the Pacific Northwest, which is just removing the dam. In 2012 and 2014, we transformed the ecosystem of the Elwha River in Washington, the largest dam removal in American history. And we are currently working on an even larger project with 4 dams being removed on the Klamath River in southern Oregon and northwest and northern California. Dam removal is much more cost-effective. I've worked on the Infrastructure and Transportation Infrastructure Committee to try and have a system where any time a dam removal was more cost-effective than trying to renovate it, that it would be authorized. We're looking at the changing landscape, the problems with the Colorado River, where the dams no longer have intakes, where they'll be able to get the water out. We're looking at dead pools being formed in along the Colorado River. We have to rethink the way that the hydrology works, the dam works. The climate change has radically adjusted our notion of what we can and should do with them for the future. This is but one example of a simple, common sense, direct effort that we should take that will save lives, save money, and regenerate the environment, as we're going to see in the Klamath River Basin. Working with Native Americans, working with nature-based solutions for climate challenges, we're all going to be better off. And then we can perhaps stay away from the sideshows here that are entertaining but don't get us anywhere. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Benjamin Franklin described the limitations of any deliberative body in his closing speech to the Constitutional Convention. He said, "When you assemble a number of men to have the advantage of their joint wisdom, you inevitably assemble with those men all their prejudices, their passions, their errors of opinion, their local interests, and their selfish views. From such an assembly can a perfect production be expected." Well, we have certainly approached these limits in our deliberations in recent days. And I want to pause for a moment and assess where we are and where we're going. The Roman Empire fell for many reasons, but the 2 most prominent were that it destroyed its economy by overspending and it failed to secure its borders. Clearly, these 2 self-inflicted calamities are converging right now upon our country, and we're fast running out of time to avert them. For this reason, House Republicans have sought, with the most slender of majorities, to reverse these policies, albeit imperfectly. A few weeks ago, we passed H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in a century. Over the past months, our majority on the Appropriations Committee has drafted the 12 appropriations bills which bend discretionary spending down and enact important reforms. Now, I admit that we are inexcusably late in that process. The approach of the fiscal year, though, provided us impetus to complete this work. Last week, we began taking up and adopting appropriation bills that now comprise 70% of federal discretionary spending on the eve of an impending shutdown. We've learned from experience that a government shutdown can be administered in a manner that does enormous damage to the economy and to the lives of millions of Americans. The president, if he wishes, can destroy every small business on federal land and those adjacent to federal land. Obama went so far as to barricade every monument and memorial, chain the gates of every acre of federal land, and even barricade the turnouts overlooking Yosemite Valley so that people couldn't even pull over to catch a glimpse of it. Mr. Biden had made it very clear that he intended to follow that strategy, specifically designed to create a panic and to force an immediate resolution in favor of the status quo. Accordingly, our conference put forward a 30-day continuing resolution to avert a shutdown while reducing non-defense discretionary spending by 8% and enacting the border security bill that we had previously passed. Unfortunately, 21 Republicans joined House Democrats to defeat this resolution. Now out of time and faced with an imminent shutdown, our conference directed the Speaker to put a 45-day continuing resolution on the floor without the previous reforms as the only way to avert a shutdown and to continue our work to complete the appropriations process. We canceled the October recess to complete this work. Yet now, we are faced with the threat that a Republican will move to vacate the Republican Speaker of the House. It will only require 4 other Republican members to join the Democrats to achieve this result. The immediate effect will be to paralyze the House indefinitely because no other business can be taken up until a replacement is elected. Just when we are on the verge of completing the appropriations process that in turn will finally initiate discussions with the Senate that are vital to change the dangerous path that our country is on. I cannot conceive of a more counterproductive and self-destructive course than that. The supreme irony is that this is being initiated by self-described conservatives. Do they honestly believe that when the Democrats side with them to remove a Republican speaker, that they will then side with them to name a more conservative replacement? Of course not. The Democrats will certainly recruit the most liberal Republicans to establish a left-of-center coalition to run the House. This is exactly what happened in California in 1994. A coalition speaker will move the administration to the House sharply to the left and effectively end the Republican House majority that the people elected in 2022. I implore my Republican colleagues to look past their prejudices, their passions, their errors of opinion, their local interests, and their selfish views, and to make a wise decision when it's needed most at this critical moment in the life of our country. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to raise a question. What was the secret side deal on Ukraine? House Democrats and President Biden have said that as Speaker McCarthy was asking Republicans to vote for a continuing resolution so as to avoid having to take the Senate's plus up in Ukraine money, that the Speaker of the House was actually cutting a side deal to bring Ukraine legislation to this floor with President Biden and House Democrats. So let me get this straight. To extend Joe Biden's spending and Joe Biden's policy priorities, the Speaker of the House gave away to Joe Biden the money for Ukraine that Joe Biden wanted. It is going to be difficult for my Republican friends to keep calling President Biden feeble while he continues to take Speaker McCarthy's lunch money in every negotiation. The Speaker of the House has responded to these reports of a secret side deal on money for Ukraine, opaquely stating that he still wants to fund Ukraine and our border. I have a few replies to this statement. First, the Speaker's statement confirms the existence of a secret deal. And I have talked to members of our own leadership who have said they didn't even know that Speaker McCarthy was negotiating a secret side deal outside of our conference, outside of his own leadership team, for the sake of Ukraine. Second, Ukraine has lost the support of a majority of the majority. The last time there was a freestanding Ukraine vote on this floor, it was last week. 101 Republicans voted for it, 117 Republicans voted against it. According to the Hastert rule, which Speaker McCarthy agreed to in January, you cannot use Democrats to roll a majority of the majority, certainly on something as consequential as Ukraine. So for all the crocodile tears about what may happen later this week about a motion to vacate, working with the Democrats is a yellow brick road that has been paved by Speaker McCarthy, whether it was the debt limit deal, the CR, or now the secret deal on Ukraine. Third, this is swampy log rolling. The American people deserve single subject bills. I get that a lot of folks might disagree with my perspectives on the border or on Ukraine, but can we at least agree that no matter how you feel about Ukraine or the southern border, they each deserve the dignity of their own consideration and should not be rolled together where they might pass where each individually wouldn't? This is what we're trying to get away from. This is the spirit of the January agreement we made with the Speaker. No more lashing these disparate issues together so that the American people's interests are subjugated here on the floor of the House. You know how we should stand up for our border? Demand that the United States Senate take up our single subject appropriation bill that funded the border. It created Republican unity. We voted for it. It has the policy demands that the continuing resolution that Speaker McCarthy advocated for on this floor did not. Our DHS funding bill requires E-Verify. And then hours later, after we passed that, the Speaker wanted us to vote for a continuing resolution that didn't include E-Verify. Retreat is never a strategy to win anything. So, Mr. Speaker, just tell us, what was in the secret Ukraine side deal? What commitments were made to President Biden to continue the spending of President Biden in exchange for doing things for President Biden? It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that these questions be answered soon, because there may be other votes coming today or later this week that could be implicated by the answers to these questions. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently on a motion to vacate if they heard what the Speaker had to share with us about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine. I'll be listening. Stay tuned, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Now, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president and to direct their remarks to the chair. The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to congratulate Fire Chief Steve Korek on his retirement. His 4-decade-long career of extraordinary dedication, commitment, and service to the Bettendorf Fire Department began on September 6, 1983. In less than a decade, he rose through the ranks, becoming a captain and a fire marshal. His commitment didn't go unnoticed, as he was named the Bettendorf Fire Department Officer of the Year in 1991. He received accolades such as the 2015 Governor's Fire Prevention Officer of the Year Award and actively contributed to organizations like the American Burn Association International Outreach Committee and the St. Florian Burn Board of Directors. Chief Korek's service extended beyond the call of duty, representing the highest ideals and integrity, and he is leaving an indelible mark on the Bettendorf community and the broader region. Congratulations on your retirement, Chief Korek, and thank you for your dedicated service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Breast Cancer Awareness Month. October can feel different for everyone who has been affected by breast cancer. Some people wear pink and others may be grieving, but we can all agree on the importance of community support. Breast cancer knows no age, gender, or race, but it predominantly affects women. As the single most diagnosed cancer among American women, we must remember to get screened, learn more about the risk and factors, and support families and caregivers impacted by this disease. This Breast Cancer Awareness Month, let us continue to put up a fight against breast cancer, and most importantly, let us remain united as we work to find a cure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary life of Dustin Michael Cackley of Keokuk, Iowa, who passed away at age 51 after suffering a heart attack in September. Dustin's life was marked by selfless service and unwavering dedication to his country. He graduated from Keokuk Senior High School in 1991 and joined the U.S. Army later that year, beginning a 20-year career as a military police officer. His exemplary service earned him numerous accolades, including Iraq Campaign Medal, Bronze Star Medal, the Army Commendation Medal, among others. He served 2 deployments in Operation Iraqi Freedom from 2003 to 2004 and 2008 to 2009. After retiring from the military in 2011, Dustin faced personal challenges, including PTSD. Yet, with the support of his loyal military brother, Paul Schroeder, he found his way back to faith and a new purpose in life. He dedicated himself to helping veterans cope with PTSD through faith-based initiatives, co-founding the Armistice Reintegration Program in 2017. Returning to Keokuk in 2019, Dustin became an integral part of his community. He served as commander of the Keokuk American Legion Post 41, promoting Military Appreciation Night and advocating for veterans' causes. He worked tirelessly on the Veterans Memorial Commission, promoting the Agent Orange Memorial and the Road to Home. Dustin Michael Cackley's legacy is one of bravery, service, and unwavering dedication to his country and community. His impact on the lives of veterans and the city of Keokuk will be felt for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary efforts of Norwalk police officer Jared Alcorn, who saved a couple from a house fire while on patrol in August. At 3:50 a.m., Officer Alcorn smelled smoke and conducted a thorough search of the neighborhood he was patrolling, leading him to a small house where he witnessed flames engulfing the back deck. The fire, although not yet extensive, posed a grave threat to the unsuspecting couple sound asleep inside. Without hesitation, Alcorn dialed the fire department, swiftly woke and evacuated the occupants along with their pets, and called for backup. Then, displaying remarkable bravery and resourcefulness, Officer Alcorn and his partner took on the roles of impromptu firefighters. They grabbed garden hoses from both sides of the house and commenced a valiant battle against the encroaching flames. Their relentless efforts held the fire at bay until professional firefighters arrived on the scene. Thanks to the swift and selfless actions of Officer Jared Alcorn, the fire's damage contained primarily to the home's exterior. The couple and their pets were spared from harm, and the heart of the resident remained intact. Thank you, Officer Jared Alcorn. In the darkest hours of that morning, your courage shone brightly, embodying the true spirit of a dedicated and heroic public service. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address comments I recently heard on the floor, and that is a motion to vacate of Speaker McCarthy. A motion to vacate is going to continue to derail our appropriations bills process in bringing those bills to the floor. It will upset and further erode our ability to investigate the Biden family corruption, which we've made significant progress.
The gentlewoman's time
Thank
has
you,
expired.
and I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Saturday we cobbled together a 45-day continuing resolution. Now, that's not my preferred way of doing business around here. Indeed, what I talk to my constituents at home about are the process that the House Republicans, with our majority, have attempted to put in place and are putting into place, a successful appropriations committee process. Now, this isn't just jargon and it's inside baseball for a lot of people, but when people understand what it is they're trying to accomplish, the Appropriations Committee is going to be the transparency, the light of day, the sunshine on the spending process that DC has, and we need much more of. So we didn't get there this year quite. We got 70% of our spending, I hate to use that term, but that's the jargon here, accomplished in 4 bills already. We still need to do 8 bills as our budget is divided up in about 12 pieces in the appropriations process. So we have a little ways to grind out here. So what happened? We weren't able to come to agreement, even amongst all Republicans, on getting all these bills done. We had a good flurry at the end and getting a few done here in the last couple of weeks. But we have much more to do. We want to get through the whole process because we want the transparency so the public can see what it is we're doing in this process. The Appropriations Committee in the light of day, line by line, etc., so that we can then send documents over to the Senate and have them contemplate, and they're not going to like exactly what we do, but we'll bring it back and hopefully achieve a consensus we can all live with in this era. And I have to remind you, what we've laid out as our goals in the House Republicans aren't necessarily shared by the Senate or the White House. It's a hostile environment to try and cut back to pre-COVID levels of spending, as well as secure our border from a Senate Democrat majority and the Biden White House. These are our goals. We want to have a secure border. We had a document early last week that we thought was going to take a giant leap there, but we couldn't get all the votes we needed, even our own conference, to get it done. Pretty frustrating. So we have this 45-day ability to buy time and what we passed the other day. I'm not happy with continuing resolutions, especially long-term ones. This is fairly short-term. It'll enable us to do our work and get these appropriations done. That's what we're doing. Yes, it continues spending pretty much as it was, but we were up against the deadline. Now, what are the bad things? You know, government shutdown is what we're up against. Yeah, what's a terrible way of doing business. I've been around a couple of them, and colleagues have been here longer than me. One of my friends said he's been through 5 of them. Nobody ever wins politically or policy-wise on a shutdown. What happens? Our troops stop getting paid, okay? Our loyal soldiers out there on the line stop getting paid, and they're already underwaged, so to speak. Contracts that we would have with defense come to a grinding halt. Now, and other federal projects on construction, road, infrastructure, what have you, come to a grinding halt. Now, what happens on that? When you demobilize construction crews or assembly lines like that, they don't just turn right back on and off like a light switch. People go home, they move their equipment to other things. And so it's much more expensive to turn back on something that was already in momentum. Try shutting off a nuclear power plant. Not the same what we're talking about here, but you don't just turn these things on and off. And that's what happens. Permitting, when folks have been waiting so long for EPA or Army Corps of Engineers or somebody to get their freaking job done on getting permits out, and then they have an excuse to shut down. Oh, this week-long shutdown, 2-week-long, it's going to set us back 3 months. We've heard that sort of thing around here. So even though it might feel good, yeah, let's shut the mother down, you know, because a lot of people don't like what government does, including me. In my real life as a farmer in Northern California, I see a lot of dumb stuff government does. But shutting things down in the middle of the stream here doesn't really work for anybody, unfortunately. Federal employees will still get paid, even if they're not at work, so it's a paid vacation. They'll get their back pay. Congress will still get paid by the month. Doesn't really shut anything off that way. So we don't gain a lot with the shutdown. So we held our nose. We're going to do this for 45 days to do a good process in the Appropriations Committee. I want to have faith in that. I want the American public to have faith in an open process and doing it correctly, because process is something that's been lacking a lot in Congress and in government in recent years. We have to cling to process as something that's important.
Gentleman's time has expired.
So we can have things laid out constitutionally. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Judge Melinda Anderson on an incredible career in the 1st District Liberty County court system. Judge Anderson's first major achievement of her storied career came when she was appointed ex officio notary and justice of the peace by the Liberty County Grand Jury in 1979. Then in 1983, the legislative consolidation of the Justice of the Peace and Small Claims Court created a magistrate court. Consequently, in 1988, Judge Melinda Anderson was elected as Liberty County Chief Magistrate. Since then, she has served the 1st District of Georgia well, and her accolades are too numerous for one speech. I would like to take the time to congratulate Judge Melinda Anderson on a magnificent career, which included awards for both Magistrate of the Year and Lifetime Achievement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Darien City Councilman Griffin Lotson, who is featured in the International African American Museum in Charleston, South Carolina. The Butler Island plantation, where the International African American Museum stands, was where Lotson's ancestors, the Gullah Geechee, were enslaved. Councilman Lotson's family spans 7 generations of Gullah Geechee roots. In addition to serving on Darien City Council, he also serves as a vice chair of the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor, a nonprofit dedicated to preserving and sharing Gullah heritage and culture. Griffin Lotson was also recently promoted to the level of global and state goodwill ambassador. Darien, along with the rest of Georgia's 1st Congressional District, is honored that Councilman Lotson calls our community home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Command Sergeant Major Lindsey Streeter for winning the Military Times Veteran of the Year. Sergeant Major Streeter enlisted in the Army at 17 years old as a 76 Charlie Equipment Parts and Records Specialist. Lindsey deployed from Hunter Army Airfield in support of Operation Desert Storm, and when he returned, he was asked to go into the U.S. Army Recruiting Command, taking on the weighty task of recruiting the next generation of soldiers. Over his 31-year career, he would go on to hold leadership positions at every level, culminating with his first assignment as Commandant of the Non-Commissioned Officer Academy at Fort Stewart. Although he hung up the uniform, his desire to serve others only grew stronger. Once he left the Army, he joined Bank of America as its Senior Vice President of Global Military Affairs, a position that allows him to help transitioning service members and longtime veterans with financial education and assistance. On top of his professional work, Lindsey started a charity with his late wife, Mary Ann, Quad E, that provides health care resources to underserved and low-income families. In 2022, he also purchased the semi-pro basketball team, the Savannah Hurricanes, yet another example of serving our local community. Simply put, his impact on the 1st District of Georgia is immeasurable. Thank you, Command Sergeant Major Streeter, for your continued service to not only our country, but also to our local community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until the hour of 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Merciful God, you came near when we called you. In these recent days of dispute, disagreement, and deliberation, when we called to you, you spoke. In our distress, you upheld us, declaring to our hearts, do not fear. Thank you for your abiding presence and the assurance of your protections in the midst of our turmoil. Just God, last week you heard our troubles and took up our case, rightly dividing requirement from embellishment, clarifying necessity from excess, and guiding a way through competing concerns. You redeemed our concerted attempts to uphold the stewardship of our country's resources and the trusteeship of our government's responsibilities. Sovereign God, set the course this week that these members can navigate the way ahead with your leadership. Shed your light on the path that both their debate and their decisions would reflect your wisdom, your compassion, and your forbearance. We call on your name, O Lord, from the depths of all that we have endured and with the whole of our very being. Do not close your ears to our cry for your direction. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the questions are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I look for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a friend, a hero, and a great American. Jason Rooney passed on June 11th of this year, just shy of his 51st birthday. He's survived by his parents, Dudley and Kathleen, his daughter, Skylar, and his 3 brothers, Christopher, Michael, and Brian. Growing up, Jason always wanted to put others first. He had a heart for serving others that ultimately led him to serve in the Los Angeles County Deputy Office for over 15 years. He took great pride in being a deputy, and he performed all of his positions with honor and with distinction. But his true purpose in life came on January 31st, 2008, when he welcomed his daughter, Skylar Marie, into the world. Skylar is a beautiful and intelligent young lady, and Jay's world revolved around her. Jason Dudley Rooney was a great brother, great son, and a great father. He will be missed by his family, friends, and the good people of Los Angeles County whom he served so well. May God bless Jay Rooney, who is now by his side, and may God bless all of our peacekeepers. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tragically, beloved South Carolinian Stanley L. Myers was passed away on last Wednesday. As a founding partner of what is now Moore, Bradley, and Myers, I especially appreciate his service and his remarkable life. We will always appreciate and express sympathy to his family and his senior law partner, Jake Moore, who correctly recognized him as a son. His obituary, Moore Bradley Myers, partner Stanley Myers died at age 47. MBM Managing Partner Christian Spradley asked that the community members turn their attention to praying for Stanley's wife, Tasha, and their 2 young children. As a Citadel alumnus and 4-year starting quarterback for the Bulldogs, Meyer was elected to the Citadel Board of Trustees. He also served on the Lexington Medical Center Board of Directors and founded the Swansea Mentoring Program. Every Christmas, Stanley proudly boasted the town of Swansea's Bike Bonanza. Myers opened Countryside Barbecue Restaurant in Swansea in 2022. His service and spirit of giving back to the community was unparalleled. As an attorney, Myers was elected as a 2023 Leadership and Law honoree by the South Carolina Lawyers Weekly. Myers deployed as a captain with the 218th Infantry Brigade to Afghanistan in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He was the lieutenant colonel who served as the staff judge advocate for the 59th Truth Command at McIntyre Joint National Base. Stanley Myers passed away unexpectedly on September 27, 2023. God bless his memory. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, securing our border should be a bipartisan goal. Indeed, House Republicans are dedicated to that. We had most of the elements of H.R. 2 was in a bill just last week that we just fell short on mustering, unfortunately. We did pass H.R. 2 separately earlier on to achieve that goal on the border. It's a comprehensive security package that would end the invasion at the southern border, halt the abuse of the asylum process, and strengthen border security. Unfortunately, Senate Leader Schumer won't even bring it up for a vote over in the Senate. Why not? His own New York governor, Democrat Kathy Hochul, called on Congress this weekend demanding a limit on who can come across and more agents to catch illegal immigrants. While Schumer should be listening to her, at least every single New York Democrat who voted for these right-to-shelter laws and soft-on-crime open border policies needs to realize their policies have now had detrimental consequences. It's not extreme to want law and order or to track who is coming into our country. If New York City doesn't have the resources to deal with these waves of illegals coming onto their streets, neither do certainly do our small border towns in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. The Senate must take up H.R. 2, and the Biden administration must actually take action on our border. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on September 30th, 2023 at 9:10 p.m. that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 5860. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on September 30th, 2023 at 10:54 p.m. and said to contain a message from the President regarding the designation of funding as an emergency requirement in H.R. 5860, the Continuing Appropriations Act, 2024, and Other Extensions Act. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States, in accordance with Section 114C of Division A of the Continuing Appropriations Act, 2024, and Other Extensions Act, H.R. 5860, the Act, I hereby designate as emergency requirements all funding, including the transfer and repurposing of funds, so designated by Congress in the Act pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, as outlined in the enclosed list of accounts. The details of this action are set forth in the enclosed memorandum from the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, September 30th, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bill was signed by the Speaker on Saturday, September 30th, 2023.
H.R. 5860, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year 2024 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under the Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 292.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 292, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 24355 Creekside Road in Santa Clarita, California, as the William L. Reynolds Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Santa Clarita, California, after William Bill Reynolds. Reynolds served in the Vietnam War and earned both the Purple Heart and Bronze Star. After serving, he moved with his wife, Meg, to the Santa Clarita Valley, where Reynolds dedicated his life to advocating for his fellow veterans. Reynolds passed away in 2021 after organizing the memorial wall at Veterans Plaza in Newhall and accompanying the U.S. President to Da Nang in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. I support naming a post office in Bill Reynolds' memory. I'm proud to honor his life of service to the American people and work to memorialize the memory of America's veterans. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 292 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 24355 Creekside Road in Santa Clarita, California, as the William L. Reynolds Post Office Building. William Reynolds, better known as Bill, was brought up in the San Fernando Valley. He was the son of a World War I veteran. Following high school graduation before his 20th birthday, he followed in his father's footsteps and enlisted in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War. He served in the 9th Infantry Division and is recalled as one of few surviving service members of the Charlie Company's Boys of 67. For his heroic service, Mr. Reynolds earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. After receiving an honorable discharge, he moved to the Santa Clarita Valley in California with his wife, Meg. He spent the remaining years of his adult life as an influential supporter of veterans. In addition to his military accolades, he is remembered for single-handedly organizing a local effort to construct a memorial wall at the Veterans Plaza to honor Santa Clarita Valley veterans from World War I to the present day. He also traveled to Da Nang, Vietnam, with a veteran delegation led by a former president to honor the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. As a passionate advocate for Santa Clarita Valley's local veteran community, he became a high-profile historian as Director of Veterans Affairs for 2 Santa Clarita-based news journals, publishing more than 100 different biographies of local veterans in his community. On January 11, 2021, he passed away. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the distinguished life of Mr. Reynolds by naming a post office in Santa Clarita, California after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman and ranking member Raskin for the support on this very special bill for a real, true American hero. I rise today in support of H.R. 292 to name the post office in Valencia, California, after a true American patriot, Mr. Bill Reynolds. This is a fitting tribute for someone who gave so much over the course of his life to this beautiful nation. While his military service and heroism in the jungles of Vietnam with the famous Charlie Company warrant this honor alone, It was his tireless commitment to recognizing his fellow brothers and sisters in arms that cemented him as a lion in the veterans community. A lifelong resident of Southern California, Bill was drafted for service shortly after graduating from high school and went on to join the Army's Charlie Company 9th Division, 4th Battalion, 47th Infantry Regiment. The Boys of 67 is what they were known as. Bill was a part of the only division to be raised, drafted, and trained for service in the Vietnam War. And despite being wounded in action in June of 1967, he continued fighting alongside his friends, defending his friends in the Mekong Delta, and was ultimately awarded the Purple Heart and Bronze Star for his bravery. After his service, he embraced his proud identity of being a U.S. veteran and took every opportunity to advocate and support his brothers and sisters who served. He was one of the very first ambassadors for the Greatest Generation Foundation. He served as a member of the local American Legion post and was a member of the Santa Clarita Veterans Day Committee. During the last decade of his life, Bill cemented his legacy as the most passionate and high-profile veterans advocate in Santa Clarita Valley. He was single-handedly responsible for the installment of a memorial wall at the Veterans Plaza in Newhall, California, and he accompanied the president and fellow veterans to Da Nang to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. He also worked as the director of Veterans Affairs for the two largest news publications in Santa Clarita, and as director of Veterans Affairs for both Santa Clarita and KHTS Radio. Bill Reynolds served as the historian for local veterans, writing more than 100 profiles and courage of hometown heroes, something that they could share with their families and relive their legacies. Bill was also a devoted husband to his love of his life, Miss Meg, and was a loving father and grandfather to his children and grandchildren. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, our nation is simply better because of Bill Reynolds. He embodied the very values that America was founded on and continues to hold to this day: our country, grit, and service above all else. Patriots like Bill Reynolds make the United States the greatest country in history, and this is just a small tribute, naming a post office after him, but it's the least we can do. And the debt of Americans owed to Bill Reynolds can never fully be paid. I urge my colleagues to join me and pass this very special bill to honor a true American hero. I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Oh. We have no further speakers, and we urge passage of 292. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the son of a veteran who served in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 292? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 996.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 996, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3901 MacArthur Boulevard in New Orleans, Louisiana, as the Dr. Rudy Lombard Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which names a New Orleans post office for Dr. Rudolph Joseph Lombard. Dr. Lombard was born and raised in New Orleans and grew up witnessing discrimination in New Orleans, which inspired him to become a leading activist. As a college student at Xavier University, he organized a sit-in 1960 at McCrory's Five and Dime store to protest Jim Crow laws. Dr. Lombard's activism led to the landmark Supreme Court case Lombard versus Louisiana, which overturned related charges and set a critical precedent for striking down segregation laws. Dr. Lombard was dedicated to justice and equality. However, he's a lesser-known leader in the civil rights movement due to his humility. Today, the U.S. House publicly recognizes his contributions. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong support of H.R. 996 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 3901 MacArthur Boulevard in New Orleans, Louisiana, as the Dr. Rudy Lombard Post Office, and I will start by yielding 3 minutes to my distinguished colleague from New Orleans, Louisiana, Troy Carter.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I rise today to recognize a true American hero, a Louisiana legend, Dr. Rudy Lombard. My bill, H.R. 996, will designate the post office located at 3901 MacArthur Boulevard in New Orleans, Louisiana, in the heart of Algiers, where the Lombard and Carter families have grown up in multi-generations. As the Dr. Rudy Lombard Post Office, this is a testament to the unforgettable legacy Dr. Lombard left on our city and our nation. Born in our hometown, Algiers, in 1939, Rudy Lombard was known for his determination to make a difference. As a young college student at Xavier University, Dr. Lombard was a pillar of strength during the height of segregation. His leadership was evident when he fearlessly commanded the Core Four in a sit-in at McCrory's Five and Dime, challenging the unjust shackles of Jim Crow laws. Their journey to the Supreme Court in 1963 in the landmark Lombard v. Louisiana case was not just a legal triumph, but a pivotal movement in the fight against segregation. Setting precedents that broke down discriminatory practices, Dr. Lombard's commitment to equality extended far beyond those early years. Decade after decade, he stood in the forefront addressing inequities in civil rights, championing economic and cultural empowerment, and tirelessly advocating for public health. His life was a testament to the power of one individual to spark change and to build coalitions to stand against injustices. Today, we're not just bestowing an honor on a distinguished individual, we're cementing a legacy, recognizing a man whose life exemplified leadership by example. Dr. Lombard was not only a standard bearer, he was a force for positive change, a catalyst for movements that brought people together. In leading this bipartisan initiative, I am honored to stand beside the entire Louisiana congressional delegation who recognize the importance of preserving Dr. Lombard's memory. I'd like to personally thank my colleagues for standing with me. I pray this serves as a reminder to future generations that the struggle for justice is in fact real, and the impact for one's personal commitment can resonate across the ages. Yes, one person can make a difference. Dr. Rudy Lombard certainly has done just that for generations and generations to come with his courage, his leadership, and his commitment. This honor today is a small token to recognize and pay homage to his great leadership. Thank you all for the time that you've spent in listening, and thank you that we may all strive to emulate the spirit of Dr. Rudy Lombard in our service to the American people. I urge your favorable passage, and I yield back.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the distinguished gentleman from New Orleans for his eloquent words about Dr. Lombard, and add only that he was not only a hero to the people of New Orleans and Louisiana, but also a nationally recognized civil rights advocate who was the vice president of CORE when he was a student at Xavier University, and was remembered for leading a 1960 sit-in at McCrory's Five and Dime store to peacefully protest Jim Crow in Louisiana with a group of people famously known as the Core Four. So the naming of this post office will be an opportunity, not just for the people of his city and state, but for the people of the United States to recognize him, and I'm happy to yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 996? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2379.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2379, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 616 East Main Street in St. Charles, Illinois, as the Veterans of Vietnam War Memorial Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2379, which honors Vietnam War veterans with the post office in St. Charles, Illinois. The Vietnam War was one of this country's longest and costliest conflicts. More than 3.4 million Americans were deployed to Southeast Asia, and sadly, more than 58,000 U.S. military officials perished while deployed. According to the National Archives, almost 3,000 of those casualties called the state of Illinois home. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill honoring Americans who gave their lives in service to our nation and peace abroad. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong favor of H.R. 2379, designating the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 616 East Main Street in St. Charles, Illinois, as the Veterans of the Vietnam War Memorial Post Office, and I am delighted to yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin, for helping to move this bill through committee. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2379. My legislation would designate the USPS facility at 616 East Main Street in St. Charles, Illinois, as the Veterans of the Vietnam War Memorial Post Office, in recognition of Vietnam veterans and their service to the people of the United States. This formal renaming is but a small step to recognize the enormous sacrifice made by the brave men and women who served our nation in Vietnam. I humbly offer this legislation to honor every one of those soldiers, sailors, Coast Guardsmen, airmen, and Marines whose service helped safeguard our nation. When visiting this post office, members of the community will be able to reflect on the nearly 3 million Americans and more than 200,000 Illinoisans who served our country during the Vietnam War and the debt we still owe them. It is my hope that the Veterans of the Vietnam War Memorial Post Office will serve as a beacon of recognition in the community, shining a light on all the sacrifices that these veterans made for all of us. And to all of them, we once again say, welcome home. I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no speakers and am prepared to close.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Illinois for his remarks about the naming of this post office, and strongly encourage all of our colleagues to endorse this significant legislation. And I'm happy to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2379? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the
Mr.
affirmative.
Speaker,
The rules,
ask for the yeas and nays. Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been called. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3944.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3944, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 120 West Church Street in Mount Vernon, Georgia, as the Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Mount Vernon, Georgia, after Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun. Patrick Calhoun grew up in Mount Vernon, Georgia, earned a degree from the University of Georgia, and then enlisted in the U.S. Army. During his service in South Vietnam, his helicopter was tragically shot down on April 19, 1965. Second Lieutenant Calhoun was declared missing in action before being declared dead at the tragically young age of 24. He perished serving his country, and I support naming a post office in his memory. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun was born on March 19, 1941, and raised in Mount Vernon, Georgia. He graduated from the University of Georgia, enlisted in the U.S. Army in the middle of the Vietnam War, and while stationed in South Vietnam, Second Lieutenant Calhoun served heroically for his country as a Rotary Wing Aviation Unit commander. On April 19, 1965, his helicopter was shot down by enemy fire in the Pleiku province. He was later declared killed while missing in action at the tender age of 24. I encourage my colleagues to join us in honoring the life of Second Lieutenant Calhoun by naming a post office in Mount Vernon, Georgia after him, and I am happy to yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life of an American patriot, Vietnam veteran, an amazing man who couldn't be more deserving of having his name displayed on the U.S. Post Office in Mount Vernon, Georgia. Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun, a native of Mount Vernon, Georgia, located in the 12th District of Georgia, my district, was born on March 19, 1941. After graduating from Montgomery County High School in 1959, Second Lieutenant Calhoun attended the University of Georgia, where he joined the ROTC and earned his pilot's license while finishing his junior year of college. That next year, Calhoun graduated and enrolled in his first year of law school at University of Georgia, where he met the love of his life, Jane Dunham, who he later married in 1963. That same year, Jane and Patrick's only child, Catherine Ruth Calhoun, was born on November 29th. Shortly after Catherine was born, Second Lieutenant Calhoun answered the call to serve and willingly put down his books and put on his uniform, joining the United States Army, where he was first stationed at Fort Benning, now known as Fort Moore, near Columbus, Georgia. Later, after completing flight training in Mineral Wells, Texas, Calhoun was deployed on his first assignment in Vietnam in 1964. As a born leader, Calhoun served as a Rotary Wing Aviation Unit commander in South Vietnam, where his helicopter was tragically shot down under hostile fire while dropping off troops in the spring of 1965. Calhoun was declared missing in action before being declared deceased at the young age of only 24 years old. Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for his heroism and extraordinary achievements while engaged in aerial flight. Known for his contagious personality, Calhoun never met a stranger and always enjoyed cutting a rug, as we say down south. I am pleased to stand here today to ensure his name lives on for years to come in his hometown of Mount Vernon, Georgia. I urge all my colleagues to join me in honoring Second Lieutenant Calhoun, his entire family, and his sacrifice to the nation we call home by voting in favor of H.R. 3944. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland has yielded.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
I strongly encourage support for this bipartisan bill. I ask all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3944? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4502 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4502, a bill to amend Title V United States Code to allow federal agencies to establish educational requirements for certain cybersecurity positions in the competitive service and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4502, the Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts Act. The federal government relies on cybersecurity professionals to protect personally identifiable information, defend against cyber threats, and build secure government technology. To ensure this work is done effectively, the federal government desperately needs to hire more cybersecurity experts. The United States, however, faces a labor shortage of cybersecurity professionals, amounting to nearly 700,000 job vacancies. Many cybersecurity experts have the right technical skills and experience, but federal hiring managers are not allowed to consider them because they lack a formal college degree. This bureaucracy creates unnecessary barriers to employing some of the best and brightest cybersecurity professionals. I urge my colleagues to support this simple and necessary bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
As ranking member of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4502, the Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts Act. I thank my distinguished colleagues, Representative Nancy Mace from South Carolina, who's the chair of the Cybersecurity Information Technology and Government Innovation Subcommittee, and Representative Katie Porter, who's the ranking member of the Healthcare and Financial Services Subcommittee, for their excellent bipartisan work on this bill, something that, yes, does still exist in the U.S. House of Representatives. This year, more than 750,000 cybersecurity jobs in the United States will be left unfilled. Each one is a missed opportunity for a talented person and also a missed opportunity for our country. These are well-paid positions with great job security. They're essential to the protection of our government, the prosperity of our businesses, and the security of our communities. And one big barrier to entry for many of these jobs is the requirement that applicants have a college degree, even if that degree has no bearing on the technical expertise required to satisfactorily meet the demands of the job or to successfully perform the work. Remember that Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of college before he created Facebook. According to a 2017 study by Harvard Business School, more than 60% of employers turned down qualified applicants in the IT field because they didn't have a college degree. Many such applicants were turned down even when they sought to fill jobs vacated by individuals who also didn't have college degrees. This degree inflation excludes people from opportunity. In 2022, less than 40% of the population over the age of 24 had a bachelor's degree. As technological and cultural advancements continue to transform the nature of the workplace, businesses and public sector entities alike have begun to realize that college degrees are not always effective proxies for job qualifications and skills. Often highly capable candidates became that way precisely because they pursued their own path in life, a non-traditional route into the workforce. To remain competitive and to attract top talent, hiring authorities could no longer allow degree inflation to automatically disqualify more than half of our workforce. H.R. 4502 applies the same logic to the federal cybersecurity workforce, which performs the critical work of defending our federal networks and our federal data from attack. Recognizing that the government must be competitive to attract high-demand cybersecurity talent to public service, the bill eliminates the requirement that a BA degree is a prerequisite to federal hiring for cybersecurity. Eliminating unnecessary degree requirements isn't just good for business, it's good for workers, and especially minority workers who are too often excluded from opportunity. In 2022, less than 30% of the black population had a bachelor's degree. For the Hispanic population, that number is even lower at 21%. Addressing degree inflation and advancing legislation like this takes steps towards creating the more inclusive and fair society that the public wants. This bill contributes to a record of strong bipartisan cooperation to strengthen federal cybersecurity and its workforce. Democrats led passage of the CHIPS and Science Act last year with increased funding for federal cyber workforce programs, and the Office of the National Cyber Director recently published the Biden-Harris administration's National Cyber Workforce and Education Strategy. The strategy includes a provision encouraging employers to take a more skills-based approach to hiring for these cyber positions. While Republicans in the House continue the crusade to shut down the government, let's hope they've thought better of it now. I do hope that Americans see that it's still possible for Congress to come together on common sense legislation like this to advance meaningful opportunity in a well-functioning government. I urge everyone to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the Chair of the Oversight Committee, Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, the lady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms.
Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Raskin today. We rise today to support our bill, H.R. 4502, the Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts Act. I say our bill because my colleague Katie Porter from California joined forces. I don't have a problem with anyone working and reaching across the aisle. No one wants to shut down the federal government. We're not in a crusade to do that. I just want Congress to follow the law. And there was a law created in 1974, the Budget Impact and Control Act, that requires Congress to have a budget and 12 separate spending bills. And both sides do it. Both sides are at a failure to the American people because we don't follow the law. We can't expect our fellow Americans to follow the law when we ourselves are unwilling to do the work. And Chuck Schumer has 70% of federal government spending in his inbox right now. No one wants to do that. And I don't oppose us working across the aisle for government spending or any of that. There's no crusade to shut down the federal government. I just want Congress to do its job and follow the law. On to the rest of it. This bill solves a simple problem. You can't deem one applicant more qualified for a federal cybersecurity job solely because he or she has a degree in underwater basket weaving. I remember the first time I learned to code, my first programming language. I was actually in college, but college didn't teach me to code. I taught myself to code. And there are a lot of kids and students and adults out there that are teaching themselves to code and finding great jobs. When I was a coder, my first job, I got paid $35,000 a year. Because of the demands of these jobs today, it's a much better era for programmers and engineers. I have a family member today, never stepped foot in college. He recently turned 22, he owns his own home, and he makes significantly more money than we do as members of Congress. And despite the shortage of over 700,000 cybersecurity professionals in the public and private sector, people who don't attend or finish college are often barred from consideration for jobs in the field when they shouldn't be. There are many, many brilliant programmers and computer whizzes out there. There are some that drop out of Harvard after a year or two. Bill Gaetz, there are many others that have gone on to have outstanding careers in IT and technology, cybersecurity, et cetera, and they don't have a college degree. While the cyber workforce is crucial to our national security, it is graying rapidly. According to a report issued last year, there are 5 times as many cybersecurity workers over the age of 55 as there are under 30. Only 1 in 16 federal cybersecurity workers is actually under the age of 30. This bill would prohibit mandatory degree requirements for federal cybersecurity jobs unless they are legally required to perform the duties of the position, which is rarely the case. Currently, even entry-level positions in the federal government require a 4-year degree. Federal cybersecurity professionals help secure the information of millions of Americans from cyber criminals and hackers sponsored by enemy nation states. Some of these young people literally have the skills to hack these critical systems, but they can't get their foot in the door for employment at the same agency. We're missing out on a tremendous amount of talent. Over the past few years, we've seen leaders from both parties at all levels of government rolling back degree requirements, resulting in greater economic opportunity for every American, no matter their zip code. Many large companies have done away with unnecessary degree requirements. If the government was run like a business, I think we'd be much better off. This bipartisan bill codifies, I hope no one's heads explode today, a Trump-era executive order maintained by the Biden administration. I can think of nothing more bipartisan than this. And again, lastly, I want to thank my colleague, Katie Porter from California, for her work on this valuable piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Porter.
Thank you very much.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Raskin, for recognizing me. I rise today in support of legislation that I partnered on with Congresswoman Mace to modernize hiring guidance for federal cybersecurity jobs. She and I both agree that government employees should be the best in the business. Taxpayers deserve nothing less from the people that we employ. But how do we get the best of the best into our federal jobs? Just like in any market, it all comes down to one thing: fostering competition. For too long, overly restrictive federal hiring guidance has stifled competition and prevented federal agencies from being able to hire the best applicants for cybersecurity jobs if they don't meet all of the stringent educational requirements. If who gets hired for our federal jobs always comes down to just one credential, our government is going to miss out on some great employees. No part of the federal government should disqualify an individual from winning the competition for a federal job based on whether they have one type of educational credential. We're only going to figure out who's best to fill a role if we let all qualified candidates show us all their qualifications. The truth is, there's not one type of educational experience that's always going to make a cybersecurity professional the best of the best. I'm a former college professor, and I know that a lot of people will learn skills in their college degree programs that prepare them to be a federal cybersecurity professional. At the same time, I also know that college isn't affordable and accessible for everyone, and the reality is that many people gain the skills necessary to succeed at federal cybersecurity jobs through other life experiences. The door must be open to both types of qualified candidates, and the federal government should then be able to pick who is most prepared to do the job based on a holistic view of the candidates. The modernizing the acquisition of cybersecurity experts MACE Act stops the federal government from ruling out people without a specific educational credential. Instead, it lets all qualified applicants compete and gives the federal government more choices. This is something we should be able to agree on regardless of party. This bill mirrors an executive order that was issued under President Trump and that President Biden has chosen to keep on the books today. It has worked under administrations of both parties, and now we need to make it permanent in our law. I urge my Democratic and Republican colleagues to support this bill. We can only have the best federal cybersecurity professionals when we've had the chance to consider all of the qualified candidates, and the MACE Act will give us this chance. I yield back to the ranking member.
I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady from California for her introduction of this legislation with Congresswoman Mace and for her leadership here. And the gentlelady is absolutely right that there are people who may have gotten a college degree and a PhD in some other field, but are completely unprepared and unqualified to have a cybersecurity professional's job in the federal government. And there are those who never went to college at all who would be excellently prepared based on what their professional and life experience has been. So I thank you for moving in this direction, and I hope we can look at some other parts of federal hiring to make sure we're making equivalent adjustments so we are getting, as the gentlelady says, the best candidates. I am wondering, and I would yield to you for a second if you know the answer to this, is it just a happy coincidence that the acronym for this legislation is the MACE Act? Was that a pure coincidence? I don't know. Well, in any event, I'm happy to yield the remainder of my time, and I congratulate Ms. Mace and Ms. Porter on this excellent legislation.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts Act will ensure that the federal government can hire any qualified cybersecurity professional as long as they have the right knowledge and skills, even if they do not have a fancy degree. I encourage my House colleagues to support this common sense government transparency bill, the MACE Act, sponsored by Chairman Nancy Mace, that will make America smarter and more secure. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4502 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
I call for the yeas and nays.
The opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2379 and H.R. 4502, and on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2379, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2379, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 616 East Main Street in St. Charles, Illinois, as the Veterans of the Vietnam War Memorial Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 390, the nays are 0. 1 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4502 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4502, a bill to amend Title V United States Code to allow federal agencies to establish educational requirements for certain cybersecurity positions in the competitive service and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 394, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. House will be in order. Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
Does the gentleman first yield back his 1-minute speech?
I do.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida now seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
The gentleman will state the form of his resolution.
Declaring the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives to be vacant. Resolved that the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives is hereby declared to be vacant.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Florida will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. The chair will now continue with 1-minute speech. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations outside. Is he ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek? For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend, and the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Mifflinburg Hose Company, number 1, for their 125 years of service. Over the weekend, the community gathered to celebrate this monumental anniversary. The fire company was established in 1898 with 40 members. David L. Grover was the fire president, and H.O. Bauer was the first fire chief. For generations, these firefighters have protected the community and provided essential services. Since its founding in 1898 with 40 members, the company has grown to 125 members and 75 active firefighters. The Mifflinburg Hose Company's coverage area includes parts of the Bald Eagle State Park, or State Forest, R.B. Winter State Park, and the numerous other smaller state parks and natural areas, parts of the Appalachian Mountains. This is some of the roughest terrain in the Mid-Atlantic area. The department responds to structure fires, silo fires, vehicle accidents, farm accidents, search and rescue, wildfires, and more. As a former volunteer firefighter, I know firsthand the value that they play in our community. Thank you to all the members of the Mifflinburg Hose Company number 1 for your service. Congratulations on this significant achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House in 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the presumptive Republican nominee for president. Today, that presumptive nominee, Donald Trump, was in a New York courtroom to face fraud charges for lying about his wealth. The $250 million lawsuit accuses the Republican leader of inflating the value of his assets. He did it to get better deals on at least $300 million in loans and insurance policies. Loans, I might add, that he refused to pay back. Trump even claims that his $18 million Mar-a-Lago estate is worth $1.5 billion. The trial could force the Republican leader to pay millions of dollars in fines. I remember when the Republican Party used to fight for fiscal responsibility. Now they bow to a man who cheats on his taxes, steals from banks, fails to pay subcontractors, and defrauds investors. That does not sound responsible to me. And it is disgraceful behavior from a presidential candidate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Reverend Jeanette Phillips of Peekskill, who passed away last month. She devoted decades of service to the health care needs of the disadvantaged in the Hudson Valley, culminating in her founding of the Peekskill Area Ambulatory Health Care Center in 1975. Over the course of her life of service, Reverend Phillips received myriad awards and recognitions, including the New York State Governor's Award for African Americans of Distinction in 1994, the CHCA NYS Catherine M. Abate Memorial Award in 2018, and Crane's Notable Women in Healthcare in 2019. She also received the Sojourner Truth Award as well as the Harriet Tubman Award for her work as the Westchester District President of the Harriet Tubman Home Historical Society. Reverend Phillips is survived by 3 daughters, 2 sons, and more than 100 grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. It is an honor to enter her name into the congressional record and recognize Reverend Jeanette Phillips, a trailblazing humanitarian, historic preservationist, and a proud matriarch. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today is the day. Life-saving Medicaid expansion takes effect as the state budget of North Carolina becomes law. After more than a decade of waiting, in some cases dying without access to life-saving health care, nearly 95,000 Eastern North Carolinians trapped in the Medicaid coverage gap now have a lifeline. Medicaid expansion will be formally launched in North Carolina on December the 1st of 2023. As co-chair of the State Medicaid Expansion Caucus, I want to emphasize my unwavering commitment to this cause. I pledge to work closely with my former colleagues in the state legislature to ensure Medicaid expansion is implemented effectively and we address the unacceptable health disparities that have persisted in the East for far too long. Let us stand together and make the delivery of health care a reality. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Sid Nettleman, a World War II veteran who recently celebrated his 100th birthday. On July 21st, 2023, Mr. Nettleman celebrated 100 years of life surrounded by his family and friends in Savannah, Georgia. Mr. Nettleman grew up in Chicago and was the first of his family who had recently immigrated from Lithuania to be born in America. Mr. Nettleman enlisted in the Army on December 8, 1941, where he served as a sergeant in the Army Air Corps. He flew over Normandy on D-Day 3 times, assisting other members by dropping supplies, paratroopers, and parasails. After retiring from the military, he got a job in a clothing store, and he taught dance lessons at the Fred Astaire Dance Studios in his spare time. In 1948, Sid met the love of his life, Marilyn, at a dance, and they were married shortly thereafter. He and Marilyn had 2 sons, Lee and Jerry. After her passing, he moved with his sons to Savannah, Georgia, where he still lives today. Thank you for your service, Sid, and happy 100th birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great respect that I rise to recognize former Indiana Governor Frank O'Bannon as we reflect on the 20-year anniversary of his passing. The O'Bannon family and the Mervan family have had great partnerships over decades. My father was a state legislator for over 40 years and partnered on countless occasions to take positive and impactful action for the people of Indiana as Frank O'Bannon served in the General Assembly and as governor. I remain grateful for the example they have provided on how to work together with members of both sides of the aisle and with all levels of government to find common ground and achieve success. In particular, I appreciate their priority to improve educational opportunities and affordable health care options for all members of our community. Mr. Speaker, please join me in recognizing the service of Governor O'Bannon to Indiana, our nation, and let us keep in mind his commitment to public service and solving problems as we move forward with addressing the issues of today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent to address the House for a minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to remove my name as a co-sponsor from H.R. 3881, the Credit Card Competition Act. I yield back my time.
His request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.